Take a moment to feel the weight of your body against the mattress. Notice how the sheets rest against your skin and how the air in the room moves slow and steady around you. You are here. You have arrived at the end of the day, and for this moment, there is nowhere else you need to be, and nothing else you need to prove. Why you are still awake. I can see the way your mind paces the hallways of your own thoughts, revisiting the small, sharp collisions of the day. You are replaying conversations, glances, and the subtle shifts in tone that felt just a little bit wrong. You are looking back at the emails you sent, the pauses you held too long, and the way you phrased a simple sentence. You are worrying that the person on the other side of that interaction walked away with a version of you that isn't true. It is a heavy thing, isn't it? This restless urge to reach back through time and add just one more sentence, to find that perfect, precise arrangement of words that would finally, once and for all, bridge the gap between what you meant and what they heard. You are likely lying there right now, building elaborate architectures of explanation in your mind. You are crafting defenses, polishing your motives, and trying to clarify your intent, hoping that if you could only make the logic undeniable, the misunderstanding would vanish. You are trying to rescue your true self from the shadows of someone else's perception. There is a specific kind of exhaustion that comes from this. It isn't the tiredness of physical labor, though that too is real. It is a deeper, more hollow fatigue. It is the weariness of a soul that feels it must constantly act as its own lawyer, its own witness, and its own translator. It is the ache of feeling like you are shouting into a fog, watching your words drift away, distorted and unrecognizable, before they can ever reach the person you are speaking to. It feels as though you are carrying a heavy ledger, a meticulous record of every time you were misread, every time your kindness was mistaken for coldness, and every time your silence was interpreted as resentment. And the more you try to correct the record, the more tired you become. The more you try to explain, the more the essence of who you are seems to slip through your fingers, leaving behind only the frantic, breathless energy of the defense. You are tired of the performance of clarity. You are tired of the way your heart races when you sense a misunderstanding forming, and how you feel a desperate, almost physical need to step in and fix the image of yourself that is being built in someone else's mind. It is a lonely way to live, feeling as though you are always one sentence away from being truly seen, yet never quite arriving. Tonight, I want to invite you to set that ledger down. I want to invite you to let the unfinished conversations remain unfinished. The world is vast. People will see you through the lenses of their own histories, their own fears, and their own unhealed wounds. No amount of explaining will ever fully bridge that distance. Some things are simply meant to remain unsaid. Some versions of you will live in the minds of others, and you cannot reach in to change them. There is a profound, quiet peace waiting for you in the realization that you do not have to be the architect of everyone's perception. You do not have to defend the truth of your heart to anyone but yourself. The truth of who you are is not a fragile thing that breaks when it is misunderstood. It is something deeper, more solid, and much more silent. It exists even when no one is looking, even when no one is listening, and even when you have run out of words. As we move through these stories tonight, we will walk alongside people who have felt this same weight. We will sit with those who have felt the sting of being misread, the frustration of over-explaining, and the hollow ache of the uncorrected mistake. We will see the moments where the urge to defend was met with the choice to simply let go. There is no need to analyze these stories or find a lesson in them. Just let the images settle over you like a soft blanket. Let the rhythm of the words become the rhythm of your breath. As the stories unfold, notice if your grip on those old, unanswerable questions begins to loosen. Notice if the need to clarify begins to ebb, leaving behind a space that is simply, quietly empty. You don't have to be understood tonight. You only have to be present. You only have to be here, in the stillness, in the dark, in the safety of this moment. The explanations can wait for another day. For now there is only the breath, the bed, and the coming sleep. Let the need to be seen fall away, and allow yourself the grace of being unknown. Just let yourself be. Story 1. Misunderstood. After trying to be humble. The evening air at the monastery gate always carried the scent of damp earth and the fading warmth of the sun, but tonight, for Brother Ansel, the air felt heavy, thick with the words he couldn't seem to pull back. He sat on the low stone step near the garden entrance, the weight of his watering pail resting against his knee. The metal was cool and slightly pitted from years of use, a familiar, grounding presence against his leg. Around him, the garden was settling into its nightly rhythm. The apricot trees, heavy with the promise of fruit, cast long, soft shadows across the path, and a few stray leaves, turned slightly yellow by the season, drifted slowly toward the dark soil. Ansel looked down at his hands. There was dirt tucked deep under his fingernails, a stubborn residue of the afternoon's work. He had spent the last few hours tending to the new beds, turning the loam, ensuring the moisture reached the roots of the young saplings. It was work he loved. The silent, rhythmic communion with the ground. But his mind was not in the garden. It was back in the village market an hour ago, under the bright, noisy canopy of the midday sun. He could still see the faces of the villagers. He could still hear the boisterous laughter of the grain merchants and the sharp, rhythmic calling of the fruit sellers. He had gone to the market to trade a basket of fresh herbs for a small bag of dried lentils, a simple task he had performed 100 times. But as he had walked through the aisles, a woman named Sarah, who often bought lavender from his garden, had stopped him. She had smiled broadly, her eyes bright with genuine warmth, and praised the incredible vitality of the herbs he had brought. She spoke of how the scent seemed to fill her entire kitchen, how everyone in her house felt a sense of peace when he delivered his bundles. It was a beautiful compliment. It was the kind of warmth that should have been easy to receive. But Ansel, caught in a sudden, reflexive impulse to remain humble, had felt that familiar, frantic tightening in his chest. He didn't want the praise to settle on him like a heavy cloak. He wanted to deflect it, to push it back toward the soil and the rain and the sun, where he felt it truly belonged. "It is nothing, Sarah," he had said, his voice perhaps a bit too clipped, too sudden. "The soil does this. I only move the water." He had seen the flicker of confusion in her eyes, a tiny momentary pause in her smile. And that was when the impulse to explain took hold. It was a hunger, a sudden, desperate need to ensure she didn't think he was being dismissive or arrogant. He didn't want her to think he was ungrateful. "I mean," he had continued, his words beginning to tumble out in a hurried, uneven stream, "that the season has been particularly kind. The rainfall in May was much more consistent than last year, and the acidity in the compost we prepared is exactly where it needs to be. If I had been more careless with the pruning, or if the frost had stayed a day longer, there would be no reason for such praise. It is truly the labor of the earth, not mine." As he spoke, he felt himself drifting further away from the simple truth of his gratitude. He was building a wall of technicalities, of meteorological observations and soil chemistry, all in a desperate attempt to clarify his humility. He was trying to prove that his deflection was a matter of fact, not a lack of affection. But the more he spoke, the more the warmth of the exchange evaporated. The rhythm of his speech became jagged, defensive. He could see the villagers around them glancing over, their casual interest turning into a slight, awkward tension. He was not just declining praise, he was dissecting the very concept of it, stripping the moment of its human connection. He had watched Sarah's expression shift from warmth to a polite, guarded neutrality. She had nodded, her eyes searching his face as if trying to find the person she had spoken to just moments before, but all she found was a man lost in an unnecessary lecture on compost. "I see," she had said, her voice much quieter now, the light gone from her eyes. "Well, I am glad they are good then." She had moved on to the next stall, her departure leaving a hollow space in the air, and Ansel, standing there in the middle of the crowded market, felt a profound sense of isolation. He had tried so hard to be seen as humble, to be seen as someone who recognized the true source of the garden's bounty, but in his frantic effort to clarify his intent, he had only succeeded in appearing cold, detached, and unnecessarily complicated. He had traded a moment of shared human warmth for a hollow victory of accuracy. Now, sitting by the monastery gate, the silence of the garden felt pointed. The bamboo baskets stacked near the garden shed seemed to watch him, their empty, waiting shapes, a reminder of the work left undone. He picked up a stray apricot leaf from the stone step, feeling its papery, dry texture against his thumb. He thought about the words he had used, how they had felt like heavy, useless stones he had been throwing into a clear pool, muddying the water until he could no longer see the bottom. He realized, with a dull ache in his chest, that the more he explained, the farther his meaning had drifted. He had reached out with words to bridge a gap, but instead he had used those words to build a barricade. He wanted to be understood as a man who felt deeply, yet he had presented himself as a man who only felt facts. The shadows of the trees were deepening, merging into a singular velvet darkness. A single cricket began its rhythmic chirping near the base of the gate. Ansel took a long, slow breath, the scent of the damp earth filling his lungs. He looked at his dirt-stained hands again. The soil was still there. The trees were still growing. The world was not waiting for his explanation. It was simply continuing, indifferent to his need to be right. He set the watering pail down with a soft thud. For the first time that evening, he let the conversation in the market remain unfinished. He did not attempt to rewrite the dialogue in his mind. He did not seek a new way to phrase his modesty. He simply sat in the cooling dark, letting the weight of the misunderstanding rest on the ground beside him, as heavy and as natural as the stones of the monastery itself. Story 2. Being quiet and getting misread. The library at dusk always feels as though it is holding its breath. It is a heavy, settled kind of quiet, the kind that lives in the spaces between tall wooden shelves and thick, compressed layers of paper. For Lena, this stillness was usually a sanctuary, a soft place to land after a day of navigating the noisy, demanding world outside. But tonight, the silence felt brittle, like a glass ornament waiting to shatter. She sat in the small, windowless staff break room. Overhead, the fluorescent light hummed with a low, persistent vibration that seemed to pulse inside her teeth. It was a lonely sound, the hum of a room that is never truly empty, even when no one is in it. At a table in front of her sat a single chipped ceramic mug. A thin, sodden tea bag string hung over the edge, a dark thread trailing into a small puddle of spilled warmth on the table. Lena watched a single drop of amber liquid cling to the paper tag, suspended and heavy, before it finally succumbed to gravity and fell into the dark. Her mind was not in the break room. It was back in the fiction aisle 3 hours ago, under the harsh, clinical glow of the aisle lights. She could still feel the weight of the metal return cart against her hip and the rhythmic metallic rattle of the wheels over the uneven floorboards. She could still feel the textures of the books, the smooth, glossy finish of a new thriller, the slightly rough, matte surface of an old classic, the grit of a stray bit of debris caught in a binding. She replayed the moment. It was a small collision of glances and pauses, yet it felt as massive as a landslide in her mind. She had been mid-motion, sliding a thick volume of history into its rightful place, her movements precise and careful. She liked the order of it. She liked the way each book had a home, a specific coordinate in the vast, silent geography of the library. She had been lost in that rhythm, a peaceful, internal momentum. When her supervisor, Sarah, had approached. Sarah was a person of bright energy and rapid-fire questions, someone whose presence always seemed to fill the air with a nervous, helpful electricity. She had stopped by the cart, her eyes scanning the spines, and then she had looked at Lena. "Everything okay, Lena?" Sarah had asked. Her voice was pleasant, but there was a sudden, sharp edge of hesitation in it, a watchful tension. Lena had looked up, her hand still resting on the cool spine of the book. She had offered a small, polite nod. She hadn't been angry. She hadn't even been tired, not really. She had simply been existing. She had been in that quiet, centered space that comes from a long afternoon of repetitive, meditative work. She had been content, but she hadn't said anything. She hadn't filled the silence with a greeting or a report on the workload. She had simply stayed in her stillness. And in that silence, Sarah had misread everything. Lena could see it now, even in the dim light of the break room. She saw the way Sarah's eyebrows had twitched upward, the way her posture had stiffened, the way her gaze had darted toward the circulation desk, as if checking to see if anyone else had noticed the sudden chill. "You're very quiet today," Sarah had said, her tone forced into a cheerful lightness that felt like a reprimand. "Is something bothering you? You seem a bit resentful of the workload." The word resentful hung in the air of the break room, even now, heavy and sour. Lena had felt the familiar, frantic pulse begin in her throat, the instinctive, desperate urge to defend herself, had risen like a tide. She had felt the agonizing need to provide a list of evidence. I am not resentful. I am actually quite happy with the pace. I was just focused. The quiet is my preference. I am not harboring any bitterness. She had opened her mouth to begin the translation. She had prepared the words to bridge the gap between her internal peace and Sarah's perception. She wanted to explain that her silence was not a wall, but a window. That her lack of chatter was not a lack of warmth, but a presence of focus. But then she looked at Sarah's expectant, wary face, and the sheer, exhausting weight of the task hit her. She realized that to explain would be to perform. To explain would be to expend the very energy she was trying to preserve. She would have to use language to build a bridge that Sarah might not even want to cross. She would have to argue for her own character, as if her piece were a legal defense being presented in a courtroom. And so she had stayed silent. She had simply nodded again, a brief, non-committal movement. "I'm fine, Sarah," she had said. But even that sentence felt like a lie, a way of obscuring the truth rather than revealing it. She knew that by not explaining, she had only deepened the misunderstanding. She had left Sarah to believe that her silence was a mask for something darker. Back in the break room, Lena reached out and touched the damp tea bag string. Her fingers felt heavy, as if they were made of the same leaden weight as the book she had been shelving. She was so incredibly tired. Not the tiredness that comes from physical labor, the ache in the lower back or the stiffness in the wrists. It was a deeper, more hollow exhaustion. It was the fatigue of the translator. It was the weariness of a person who spends their life trying to find the exact, perfect arrangement of syllables and to ensure that their intentions are not lost in the transit from heart to ear. She thought of all the times she had stood in rooms just like this one, or in grocery store aisles, or in crowded elevators, feeling the sudden, sharp sting of being seen incorrectly. She thought of the many hours she had spent replaying conversations, searching for the missing punctuation, the misplaced emphasis, the one word that, if inserted, would have prevented the entire collapse of meaning. She thought of the sheer, unnecessary labor of it, the way she would go home and lie in the dark, her mind a frantic editor, cutting and splicing, rewriting the script of her day, hoping that if she could just find a better version of herself, the world might finally stop misinterpreting her. The fluorescent light flickered once, a quick, sharp blink. In the silence of the library, the dust motes danced in the stagnant air, oblivious to the struggle. The books sat in their rows, their stories locked away in paper and ink, needing no explanation, no defense, no clarification. They simply were. They held their truths in the stillness of their bindings, content to be understood only by those who took the time to open them, and even then, they offered no apologies for the parts that remained mysterious. Lena let out a long, slow breath. It was a shaky, breath, the sound of something settling. She looked at the spilled tea on the laminate. She didn't reach for a napkin. She didn't move to clean it up or justify why she was leaving it there. She just watched it. The heaviness was still there, but there was a new, subtle layer beneath it. It was the realization that the work of explaining was a work that could never be finished. There would always be more words, more nuances, more ways for the light to hit a person's face and create a shadow that wasn't actually there. She closed her eyes. The hum of the light continued. A steady, mindless drone. She allowed herself to inhabit the misunderstanding. She let the image of Sarah's wary face drift away, replaced by the simple, unadorned sensation of the cool air on her skin and the warmth of the mug against her palms. She decided for this moment to let the translation remain undone. She would let the silence stay uninterpreted. She would let herself be in the dark, in the quiet, unobserved and uncorrected. Story 3. Overexplaining in family conversations. The neon sign above the diner's back door had a rhythmic, steady pulse. It was a low, electric hum that vibrated against the window pane, a constant buzz, click, punctuating the heavy silence of the kitchen. Inside, the air was thick and sweet, holding the warmth of the afternoon's baking. It was a heavy, comforting heat, scented with cooked apples, cinnamon, and the buttery, flaky aroma of cooling crust. Michael sat at the small stainless steel prep table, a damp dish towel draped over his shoulder. Before him sat a row of cooling pie tins, their edges still radiating a gentle, fading warmth. He had spent the last 4 hours crimping edges and glazing tops, a repetitive, grounding motion that usually brought him a sense of simple order. But tonight, the order was gone. In its place was a restless, circular energy that he couldn't sweep away with a cloth or scrub away with soap. He was thinking about the phone call. He was thinking about his sister Sarah and the way her voice had flattened near the end of the conversation. "It's just Michael," she had said, her voice weary, stripped of its usual sharpness. "Every time we talk, it feels like I'm listening to a defense brief. I ask how you are, and you spend 20 minutes explaining why you didn't call back, or why the shop is busy, or why you couldn't make the weekend. I don't need the evidence, I just wanted to hear your voice." He stared at a single peach pie. The glaze had hardened into a glass-like sheen. He wanted to reach out and touch it to see if he could break the perfection of it, but he remained still. His mind was already building a case. He was mentally rehearsing the points he should have made. "I wasn't avoiding you, Sarah. I was just overwhelmed with the seasonal orders. I didn't mean for the silence to sound like distance. I was actually thinking of you when I saw those peaches at the market." He could see the words forming in the dim light of the kitchen. They were precise, they were accurate, He had all the facts and all the necessary details to prove his intentions were pure. If he could just present the timeline of his week clearly enough, if he could just lay out the sequence of events with enough transparency, she would understand. She would see that the lack of a phone call was inently a lack of affection. But as he sat there in the quiet of the diner, the weight of those unsaid words felt heavy, like the damp flour clinging to his forearms. He picked up a small scrap of leftover crust from the trimming process and rolled it between his thumb and forefinger. He remembered the way his heart had raced during the call, the sudden, desperate need to fill the silences, to bridge the gap between what she thought he meant and what he actually felt. He had felt that familiar, frantic urge to provide more layers of context, more light to illuminate the shadows of her perception. He realized with a sudden, sharp pang of grief that he was doing it even now. He was explaining the explanation. He was providing a history of his impulse to defend himself. He looked toward the back screen door. Through the mesh, he could see the darkened edge of the parking lot and the swaying shadows of the oak trees. A moth was battering itself softly against the screen, a repetitive, small tapping. Tap, tap. A pause. Tap. He thought about the pies. A pie is a closed thing. It has a crust that holds everything inside. The fruit, the sugar, the spice. There is a boundary. You don't need to know the exact temperature of the oven or the precise moment the peaches were sliced to enjoy the sweetness. The crust simply holds the substance. For years, Michael had lived as if his life were an open book that required a constant, exhausting commentary in the margins. If he was quiet, he feared people would think he was angry. If he was busy, he feared they would think he was indifferent. If he made a mistake, he felt an almost physical ache to walk through the wreckage and explain exactly why the error had been unavoidable. He thought that clarity was a form of intimacy. He thought that if he could just be perfectly understood, he would finally be safe from the sting of being misread. But as he sat in the hum of the neon and the scent of cinnamon, the truth of Sarah's words began to settle into his thoughts. The defense brief he was presenting wasn't actually protecting his heart, it was insulating it. Every time he launched into a long, intricate explanation, he was building a wall of words. He was creating a barrier of logic that prevented anyone from actually touching the person underneath. He was so busy proving he was kind that he wasn't actually being present. The more he spoke, the more the real Michael, the one who missed his sister, the one who loved the smell of peach blossoms, the one who felt lonely in the middle of a busy shift, was buried under the sheer volume of his justifications. He looked at the cooling pies again. The heat was dissipating. The edges were setting. The stillness was returning to the room. He let the scrap of crust drop onto the stainless steel table It made a tiny, almost imperceptible sound. He took a deep breath, the air tasting of dust and sugar. He didn't try to justify the thought. He didn't try to explain why the realization felt heavy, or why he felt a sudden, strange urge to let the silence remain. He simply let the breath go. The moth on the screen door drifted away, finding a quiet corner of the mesh to rest. Michael leaned back in his chair. The neon sign continued its steady, unhurried pulse. The kitchen was dark, save for the small glow of the prep light. And for the first time in a long time, he didn't feel the need to turn on more lights. He didn't feel the need to explain the darkness. He just sat in it, listening to the breathing of the cooling kitchen, allowing the unfinished conversation with his sister to sit, unaddressed and uncorrected, in the quiet space between the ticks of the clock. He let the misunderstanding exist, unprobed and undefended, and in that space he found a small, unexpected pocket of rest. Story 4. Being misunderstood for your tone. The theater after the final curtain is never truly empty. Even when the audience has long since drifted to their cars, and the streetlights outside are the only things left awake. The air remains heavy with what has just happened. It carries the scent of stale perfume, the dry metallic tang of stage dust, and the lingering warmth of the footlights. In the wings, where the shadows are thickest, Ruth sat alone by the costume racks. The silence of the theater was a heavy velvet thing. It pressed against her ears, much like the period costumes she spent her days mending. In her lap sat a sleeve of deep midnight blue velvet, a piece that had seen better days. The fabric was lush, but bruised by the frantic energy of 1,000 rehearsals. Ruth held a small silver needle, her fingers moving with the rhythmic precision of someone who had spent decades reading the language of thread and seam. She was trying to focus on a small tear near the cuff, but her mind kept drifting back to the rehearsal room 2 hours ago. She could still see the young actor Leo standing in the center of the stage. He was talented, full of a bright, unpolished light, but he was also sensitive in that way. Only the very young and very earnest can be. When Ruth had stepped forward to adjust the drape of his doublet, she had spoken with the directness of her craft. She had pointed out that the hem was dragging, threatening the line of his movement, and that if the weight wasn't balanced, his posture would look clumsy. She had only meant to be accurate. To her, a costume is not just clothing. It is the architecture of a performance. If the architecture is flawed, the story collapses. But as she spoke, she had seen the flash of hurt in Leo's eyes. He had recoiled, not from the correction of the fabric, but as if she had corrected his very soul. He had interpreted her technical observation as a judgment on his ability, a cold critique of his worth. And then The impulse had risen in her, that familiar, exhausting tide. Ruth felt the phantom heat in her even now as she remembered the minutes that followed. She had not been able to let the correction sit in the air unadorned. She had felt the desperate, clawing need to soften the blow, to layer her words with justifications, to explain that she wasn't criticizing his acting, only the silk, only the weight of the velvet, only the physics of the drape. She had added more words and then more, trying to build a bridge of explanation between her intent and his perception. "It's just the gravity of the fabric, Leo," she had said, her voice rising in pitch, a sign she was losing the battle. "The way the heavy trim pulls the waistline down. It's a technical issue, really. It has nothing to do with how you're holding the character. It's just the way the stitch holds the tension." She had watched him nod, but his face remained guarded, a wall of polite, wounded silence. The more she talked, the more she felt the words tangling around her like loose threads. She was trying to clarify her tone, to prove that her heart was as steady as her needle, but her very effort to be understood was making her appear defensive, perhaps even harsh. She was performing clarity, and in doing and so, she was only creating more fog. Now, in the dim light of the backstage, the ghost light stood solitary in the center of the stage. It was a single naked bulb on a tall metal stand, casting long, distorted shadows across the floorboards. It was the only light that remained, a small, stubborn flame that refused to let the darkness be absolute. Ruth looked up from the blue velvet. The ghost light didn't try to illuminate the entire theater. It only held its small, necessary space. It didn't explain why it was there or justify its brightness. It simply existed, steady and unblinking. She looked down at the safety pins scattered on her small wooden tray. They were small, sharp, and functional. They did not seek to be beautiful. They only sought to hold things in place. She thought about the fatigue that lived in her bones, the sheer bone-deep weariness of a life spent trying to ensure that no one misread her, the energy it took to constantly curate her intentions, to polish her sentences until they were transparent, to defend the edges of her personality against the accidental slowness of others. It was a heavy garment to wear. It was much heavier than the velvet sleeve in her lap. She picked up a piece of heavy, cream-colored silk. It was stiff and required a different kind of care. As she worked, the repetitive motion began to slow her racing thoughts. Needle in, needle out. Pull the thread taut. Trim the excess. She thought about the way Leo had looked at her, the way he had seen a critic where there was only a craftsman. She realized, with a sudden quiet ache, that she could have spent the entire evening following him around the theater, offering a litany of explanations, and he still might have walked away feeling stung. The misunderstanding was not a puzzle for her to solve with more language. It was simply a gap that had formed between two people, a space where two different truths were residing at once. She thought of the many times she had stood in similar gaps, clutching her reasons like a shield, trying to force her meaning to land cleanly in the minds of others. She had treated conversation like a seam that needed to be perfectly closed, leaving no room for the fraying edges of human error. But there was no such thing as a seamless interaction. There was always a bit of loose thread. There was always the possibility of a snag. The theater around her felt vast and ancient. The dust motes danced in the pale glow of the ghost light, drifting aimlessly, never trying to find a pattern, never trying to justify their path through the air. They simply moved with the currents of the room. Ruth let out a long, slow breath. She felt the tension in her shoulders, the tightness in her jaw begin to ebb, just a fraction. She decided in the quiet of the wings that she would not go to the dressing rooms to find him. She would not seek him out to offer one last polished clarification. She would let the correction remain as it was, a simple statement about the weight of a hem. She would allow the misunderstanding to remain unfinished. She reached for a small pair of embroidery scissors. The click of the blades as they closed was the only sound in the stillness. There was a strange, new kind of peace in the thought of leaving the conversation unsettled. It was the peace of letting a thread hang loose, trusting that the garment would hold even without the need for constant, frantic stitching. The blue velvet was nearly repaired. The tear was closed, the edges tucked neatly beneath the heavy pile of the fabric. She smoothed her hand over the spot, feeling the cool, smooth surface. The work was done for the night. As she began to gather her pins and her needles, placing them back into their velvet-lined tins, she looked once more at the ghost light. It stood there, unburdened by the need to be anything other than a small, flickering presence in the dark. Ruth stood up, her knees creaking slightly in the silence. She turned off the small lamp on her tray, plunging her workspace into shadow. She walked toward the exit, her footsteps muffled by the stage dust and the heavy carpets of the wings. Behind her, the theater remained, filled with costumes that held the shapes of many different people, many different stories, and many different misunderstandings, all resting together in the quiet, unobserved dark. She stepped out into the cool night air, leaving the need to be understood behind, tucked away among the racks and the shadows, as simple and unadorned as a single silver needle. Take a slow breath and let the day begin to loosen. Think of the damp soil under Brother Ansel's fingernails, the fine dust on the library shelves, the sweet steam lifting from Michael's pies, the theater velvet gathered in Ruth's lap, and the faint wax smell left behind in Daniel's long hallway. Each place is different, yet each one holds the same kind of residue. The feeling of a moment that should have ended but stayed clinging to the mind. This is what happens when being misunderstood feels too costly. The heart goes back for its coat, its ledger, its missing sentence. It returns to the room after everyone else has left and begins arranging the scene again. Not because it loves conflict, but because it still hopes there might be one version of the truth that lands softly enough to be accepted. So many people know this hidden labor. They say a simple thing, then hear themselves adding a second sentence, then a third. They notice a face change or a pause or a silence that seems slightly colder than before. And something in the chest pulls tight. At once, there's the urge to smooth, explain, qualify, soften, translate. The body learns this rhythm until even ordinary conversations begin to feel like narrow doorways. But words are strange once they have been used too long. After a while, they stop clarifying and start clouding the air. The more we stir them, the less clear the water becomes. The market gate, the staff room, the diner kitchen, the dark wings beside the stage. All of them begin to blur together into one familiar night feeling. The tired wish to be met without having to keep making a case for your own heart. If that weariness is in you tonight, let it be simple. Let it be only tiredness, only longing, only the soft bruise of wanting to be known. You do not need to solve it in this moment. You do not need to return to every doorway and repair every impression. Let the soil stay on the hands. Let the dust stay on the shelf. Let the steam rise and disappear on its own. The truth of you does not become false just because someone held it wrongly for a while. For now, let the unsmoothed moment rest where it is. There is nothing more you need to add to the night. Story 5. Explaining too much to prove you meant well. The hallways of the community college at 3 a.m. did not belong to the students or the professors. They belonged to the scent of floor wax, that sharp medicinal smell that clings to the back of your throat, and the low electric hum of the vending machines in the lounge. In this hour, the world was reduced to long, polished stretches of linoleum, reflecting the overhead lights in pale, watery streaks. Daniel moved through these stretches with the steady, rhythmic gait of someone who had learned to inhabit the silence. His world was one of heavy wooden mop handles, the rhythmic swish of microfiber against tile, and the quiet, repetitive task of emptying bins. He liked the solitude of the night shift. There was a certain dignity in the unseen work, a quiet pride in seeing a hallway transformed from a cluttered path of scuff marks into a mirror of clean, bright light. But tonight, the silence felt heavy. It wasn't empty, it was occupied by a single looping conversation. It had happened just 2 hours ago, near the stairwell of the Humanities building. Daniel had been focused on a stubborn patch of dried coffee near the base of the bulletin boards. He was moving quickly, his mind already on the next corridor, the next bin, the next task. He was in that particular state of nocturnal momentum where the body moves with purpose and the mind is a calm, blank slate. Then he saw a student, a young man, perhaps 19, wearing a heavy backpack and looking harried, his eyes shadowed by the strain of late-night studying. As Daniel approached, his mop bucket trailing behind him with its familiar metallic rattle, the student looked up. For a fleeting second, their eyes met. Daniel, preoccupied with the trajectory of his mop and the need to clear the path before the student tripped, offered a brief, tight-lipped nod, a gesture intended as a simple, polite acknowledgement, and then kept moving, his focus returning to the floor. He saw the student's expression shift. It was a subtle thing, a slight furrowing of the brow, a momentary tightening of the mouth, a sudden defensive stillness. It was the look of someone who had just been rebuffed, someone who had felt a coldness where they expected a greeting. The student paused, then muttered something under his breath, a quiet, wounded, "Fine, be that way," before turning to disappear into the stairwell. The words hit Daniel like a physical weight. Even now, as he pushed the mop through the empty, echoing corridor, he could feel the phantom sting of that perceived rejection. And immediately the impulse had risen within him, the frantic, exhausting need to undo the moment, to bridge the gap that had opened in the air between them. He had stopped. He had abandoned the mop. He had actually followed the student toward the stairs, his heart beginning a frantic, uneven drumbeat against his ribs.
"Wait," Daniel had said, his voice sounding unnaturally loud in the hollow expanse of the hall. "I didn't mean to be rude. I was looking at that spill. I didn't see you properly. I'm sorry. I'm usually much more polite, I promise. It's just that the shift is so long and I get so focused on the work, and sometimes I forget how I appear to others. I wasn't trying to ignore you. I was actually worried you might slip on the wet floor. I was trying to be careful for your sake."
He had kept talking. He could feel it even as the words spilled out, a torrential, uncontrolled release of justification. He had stepped into the blue-white glow of the vending machine, the light casting long, strange shadows across his face, and he had offered up pieces of his life as evidence of his friendliness. He spoke of how long he had been cleaning these halls, how he remembered the students from years ago, how he took pride in being a steady, kind presence in the building. He explained his schedule, his exhaustion, his habit of retreating into himself. When the work became demanding, he offered up his very intentions, laying them out like specimens on a tray, hoping that if he provided enough detail, enough context, enough layers of proof, the student would see the truth, that there was no coldness in him, only a distracted working man. He had stood there in the middle of the corridor, his hands gripping the damp mop handle, his face flushed, his breath shallow, watching the student simply stare at him. The student's expression hadn't softened into understanding. Instead, it had morphed into something else. A look of profound discomfort, a polite, awkward withdrawal. The student had given a small, embarrassed nod, said something non-committal about it being no problem, and hurried down the stairs, leaving Daniel alone in the fluorescent glare. Now Daniel pushed the mop through the silent hall, the weight of his own words pressing down on him. He could still feel the shame of that over-explanation, the raw, exposed feeling of having handed someone his vulnerabilities just to defend a misunderstood gesture. He had tried to build a bridge of words, but all he had done was turn a small, passing moment of friction into a heavy, lingering spectacle. He had turned his own quietness into something that looked like a burden. The hallway wax smell seemed thicker now, more cloying. He looked at the bulletin boards covered in faded flyers for clubs and events that no one would see until morning. He thought about how much energy he had spent trying to ensure his reflection in the eyes of a stranger was a clear one. He had exhausted himself trying to rewrite a sentence that had already been read. He stopped near the vending machine. The hum of the machine was a steady, indifferent companion. He watched the soft, rhythmic glow of the lights inside, the rows of colorful wrappers, the silent, unmoving shapes of snacks and drinks. They didn't need to explain their presence. They simply were. They sat in the glow, fulfilling their purpose, unconcerned with how they were perceived by the shadows passing by. Daniel leaned heavily on the mop handle. The ache in his lower back was real, but the ache in his chest, the fatigue of the performance, was deeper. He thought about the student, likely sitting in a library or a dorm room now, perhaps still carrying a small, distorted image of a cold, brusque man. He thought about how much harder it would be to carry the weight of that misunderstanding than to simply let it exist, uncorrected and unfinished. The air in the stairwell was cool and still. He took a breath, a long, slow draw of the sterile, waxed air. He felt the grit of the day's work on his skin. He felt the heavy, hollow space where his words had been. And for the first time since the encounter, he let the mop descend back to the floor with a soft, muffled splash. He did not reach for another explanation. He did not try to find a better way to phrase the silence. He simply stood in the hallway, a part of the quiet, unobserved and profoundly, beautifully misunderstood. Story 6. When kindness is mistaken for coldness. The air in the service corridor was heavy, thick with the scent of clean, damp cotton and the sharp, bright sting of industrial detergent. It was that particular hour of the morning, the blue-gray dawn, when the world feels neither fully awake nor yet asleep, but suspended in a quiet, humid middle ground. Clara moved through the hallway, the wheels of the heavy linen cart humming a low, rhythmic vibration against the linoleum floor. Each rotation sent a small tremor through the soles of her shoes, a steadying pulse in the stillness of the hospital wing. Everything in Clara's world was defined by texture and weight. There was the heat rising from the steaming piles of fresh sheets, a warmth that pressed against her cheeks like a gentle breath. There was the rough, woven grain of the heavy towels, the smooth, starched crispness of the pillowcases, and the repetitive task of checking the small white linen labels stitched into every corner. Her hands were always slightly damp from the steam of the laundry presses, her fingers carrying the faint, clean scent of unscented soap and spring water. As she pushed the cart toward the storage alcove, her mind, as it often did in these early hours, drifted back to the afternoon before. The memory didn't arrive as a sharp pain, but as a slow, heavy ache, much like the weight of the damp linens she handled every day. She could still see the man. He'd been standing in the doorway of the small family lounge, his shoulders slumped, his eyes rimmed with the red, exhausted haze of a long vigil. He looked as though he were held together by nothing more than sheer, fragile willpower. Clara had been passing by with a stack of fresh hand towels, intending only to replenish the basket in the corner. She had seen him looking at the empty chair by the bed, and she felt that instinctive, quiet pull of compassion. She wanted to help him feel the small, practical comforts of the room. She had stepped forward, her voice low, and began to speak about the logistics of the care, how the linens would be changed, how the fresh water would be brought, how the morning would proceed. She was trying to provide a sense of order, a small, predictable structure to drape over the chaos of his grief. She spoke of the towels, the warmth of the blankets, and the schedule of the cleaning, hoping that by focusing on the tangible, the unbearable might feel slightly less vast. But as she spoke, she saw his face tighten. He looked up, not with gratitude, but with a sudden, sharp flash of resentment. He looked at her as if she were a person made of stone, someone who could stand amidst such profound loss and speak only of the mechanics of laundry. He saw her efficiency as indifference. He saw her focus on the practical as a refusal to acknowledge his pain. In that moment, the silence that followed was the heaviest thing Clara had ever carried. It was heavier than the water-soaked towels, heavier than the metal cart, heavier than the mountains of linen she moved through the halls. And then she had done the thing she always did when she felt the sting of being misread. She had tried to bridge the gap with more words. She felt the heat rise in her neck, a sudden, frantic urge to defend the warmth she actually felt. She began to explain. She explained that the towels were warmed specifically to provide comfort. She explained that she followed the schedule so that the room would always feel cared for. She explained that her focus on the tasks was her way of honoring the dignity of the person in the bed. She spoke of the care that went into the folding, the precision of the laundering, and the intention behind every small rhythmic movement of her hands. She poured her intention into the air, trying to shape her words into a shield. She thought that if she could just clarify the why behind her what, he would see that her hands were not cold, even if her voice sounded clipped. She thought that if she could only provide enough evidence of her empathy, the misunderstanding would dissolve. But as she continued to explain, the gap between them only seemed to widen. The more she spoke, the more her words sounded like a defense, a clinical justification for her own existence. She could see him withdrawing, his eyes turning back to the floor, his posture hardening into a wall of quiet judgment. She'd been trying to offer him a hand, but through her own frantic need to be understood, she'd only offered him more noise. Now, in the dim light of the service corridor, Clara reached out and touched a stack of freshly folded sheets. They were smooth and warm, radiating the heat of the dryer. She closed her eyes and felt the weight of that unfinished conversation pressing against her chest. The urge to go back, to find the perfect sequence of words that would finally convey her true intent, flickered in her mind like a dying ember. She imagined walking back into that lounge, finding the man, and beginning the explanation again. But this time, with more softness, with more careful pauses, with a different cadence. But then she felt the familiar, exhausted realization settle over her. The effort of trying to be seen correctly was a hunger that could never be satisfied, no matter how many layers of meaning she added. The listener would always bring their own grief, their own fatigue, and their own filters to the encounter. She could provide the most honest explanation in the world, and it would still land in the shape of a misunderstanding. The steam from the laundry room drifted into the hallway, a soft white mist that blurred the edges of the heavy equipment and the corners of the walls. Clara let her hand rest on the cool metal of the cart. She took a breath, deep and slow, letting the scent of the clean linen fill her lungs. She thought about the way the steam eventually dissipates, leaving no trace of its presence, only the dampness it left behind. She thought about the way the sheets, once crumpled and used, are smoothed out by the heat and the pressure, returning to a state of quiet, unburdened flatness. She allowed herself to sit with the discomfort of that man's misperception. She did not try to fix it. She did not try to rewrite the moment. Instead, she simply acknowledged the ache of it, the heavy, hollow feeling of being judged by a truth that wasn't hers. Slowly, she began to push the cart again. The wheels creaked softly, a small, lonely sound in the vast, empty corridor. She focused on the rhythm of her own movement, the push, the glide, the hum of the wheels, the warmth of the fabric. She focused on the weight of the linen, the solidity of the metal, and the steady, unblinking light of the hallway lamps. The corridor stretched out before her, long and dim, leading toward the next room, the next task, the next pile of laundry. There was no need to explain the way she moved through it. There was no need to justify the way she carried the weight. For this moment, in the blue light of the dawn, she simply moved, leaving the misunderstanding behind. In the quiet, steaming air, letting it remain an unfinished story, while she turned her attention to the simple, honest work of the morning. Story 7, why over-explaining makes you sound worse. The smell of a bicycle shop in the rain is something very specific. It is the scent of wet rubber, the metallic tang of chain oil, and the heavy, damp sweetness of summer heat hitting old pavement. For Ethan, this smell usually signaled the end of a long day, a time to wipe down the work surfaces, hang the wrenches, and prepare for the quiet. But tonight, the rain was drumming against the open shop door, and the rhythm was not helping him find rest. Instead, it was keeping time with the looping playback of a conversation that had happened only 2 hours ago. He sat on a low stool, his hands still stained with the dark, stubborn grease of a derailleur adjustment. In the dim light of the shop, the rows of hanging tires looked like heavy black shadows, slumped against the wall like tired travelers. He could still see the customer, a man named Mark, standing by the counter. He could still see the way Mark had squinted at the handwritten estimate on the receipt pad, his brow furrowing with a subtle hint of doubt. And Ethan could still hear the sound of his own voice. It hadn't started as anything difficult. The job was simple: a new brake pad, a cable tension adjustment, and a thorough cleaning of the drivetrain. The price was fair, a standard rate that Ethan had calculated carefully. But when Mark had paused, looking at the total, Ethan had felt that familiar, frantic itch in his moving parts. It was the urge to bridge the gap between what the price was and what the man might think the price was. "It includes the premium pads," Ethan had said, his voice slightly too bright, cutting through the quiet hum of the shop. "They last much longer in the rain, which is why I suggested them. I wasn't trying to upsell you, truly. I just thought, considering the weather lately, it would save you a trip back here next week." He had watched Mark's eyes flicker, not with anger, but with a questioning stillness. And that stillness was the trigger. It was the vacuum that Ethan felt compelled to fill with more words, more context, more layers of justification. He felt the need to prove that his intentions were purely practical, devoid of any profit-driven greed. "I actually have the standard ones in the back too," Ethan had continued, his words beginning to tumble out faster than he could monitor them. "If you prefer, we can swap them out right now. I don't want you to feel like you're paying for something you didn't ask for. I noticed the wear on your old cables, and I thought it would be more efficient. It's just about the longevity of the bike. I really try to keep the costs down for the regulars, you know. I have a system for the parts ordering, so I don't overcharge." As he spoke, the shop felt smaller. The humidity from the summer rain seemed to thicken, making the air heavy. He could see himself in his mind's eye, leaning over the counter, gesturing toward the receipt pad, his face appearing too eager, too intense. He was building a tower of explanations, brick by heavy brick, trying to create a fortress of clarity around his character. But the more he spoke, the more the clarity vanished. By the time he reached the third sentence about his supply chain, The conversation had lost its shape. He was no longer a mechanic discussing a repair. He was a man caught in the act of defending himself against an accusation that hadn't even been voiced. The most humiliating part, the part that kept him sitting on that stool in the dark, was the moment he heard the shift in his own tone. He had heard himself start to sound suspicious. He had heard the frantic, defensive edge creep into his vowels, the way his pitch rose at the end of sentences as if he were asking for permission to be honest. He had become the very thing he was trying to prove he wasn't, someone with something to hide. He looked down at his hands. The grease was settled deep into the creases of his knuckles, a map of a day's hard work. He picked up a spoke wrench from the workbench, feeling the cold, solid weight of the steel. It was a simple tool. It did one thing, and it did it with absolute certainty. It didn't need to explain why it turned the spoke, it simply turned it. There was no ambiguity in the way the metal gripped the wire. He thought back to Mark's face during those final rambling moments. The man hadn't been angry. He hadn't even been offended. He had simply looked exhausted. He had looked like someone who had realized that the conversation was no longer about bicycles, but about the exhausting labor of Ethan's own mind. Mark had just nodded, a short, polite movement, and said, "It's fine, Ethan, just do the work." And then he had walked out into the rain. Ethan let the wrench clatter softly onto the wooden bench. The sound echoed briefly against the metal bins before being swallowed by the sound of the rain. He felt a profound sense of loneliness in that realization. The ache of being misunderstood is one thing, but the ache of being the architect of your own misunderstanding is a much heavier burden to carry. He had taken a moment of simple commerce and turned it into a trial of his own integrity. And he had lost the trial by trying too hard to win it. The shop was silent now, save for the rhythmic, soothing patter of the rain on the corrugated roof. He watched a single drop of water trail down the glass of the front window, carving a path through the fine layer of road dust. It moved slowly, erratically, occasionally pausing before gravity pulled it downward again. It didn't try to find the most direct path. It didn't justify its trajectory. It just moved. He closed his eyes and tried to let the image of the counter, the receipt pad, and his own frantic, fluttering voice drift away. He tried to imagine the words as nothing more as air, passing through the shop and out into the damp night, leaving no trace behind. He tried to find the place in his chest where the need to be correct lived, and see if he could simply let it sit there, unaddressed, in the dark. The rain continued, steady and unblinking, washing the street outside, cooling the heated asphalt, and slowly, slowly beginning to settle the dust of the day. Story 8. How to Stop Explaining Yourself to Everyone. The evening mist does not arrive with a sound. It arrives as a blurring of edges, a slow gray softening of the courtyard steps where the stone meets the air. Brother Paul sat on those very steps many years ago, much as he does now, watching the way the heavy, damp air swallowed the silhouette of the distant bell tower. He is a man who has spent a lifetime in the company of paper and ink, a copyist whose world is measured by the grain of handmade mulberry paper and the rhythmic, steady scrape of an inkstone. In the quiet room of the guest house, the air always smelled of cedar and old dust. Paul loved the weight of things. He loved the way a heavy cedar chest felt when it clicked shut, or the way a fresh sheet of paper held a certain tension waiting to be transformed. For a long time, however, his mind was as restless as a summer storm, always searching for the right way to settle, always seeking the perfect arrangement of words to ensure he was seen exactly as he intended. In his younger years, Paul believed that clarity was a form of kindness. He thought that if he could only find the precise vocabulary, the most careful phrasing, and the most gentle tone, he could prevent any shadow of doubt from falling upon his character. When guests arrived at the monastery, weary from their climbs, Paul would meet them with an eagerness to be understood. If a guest sensed a certain gravity in his silence, Paul would immediately fill that space with a flurry of explanations. He would explain that his quietness was not a lack of warmth, but a form of respect. He would clarify that his stillness was not judgment, but a way of honoring the mountain's peace. He would offer anecdotes of his training, details of his vows, and justifications for his mannerisms, all in a tired, frantic attempt to bridge the gap between his heart and their perception. He remembers a specific autumn years ago when a traveler stayed in the guest house. The man was loud, full of the frantic energy of the lowlands, and he had looked at Paul with a flicker of suspicion, as if Paul's measured movements were a mask for something cold. Paul had spent 3 days trying to dismantle that suspicion. He brought the man extra tea. He pointed out the care with which he cleaned the communal hearth. He even tried to share stories of the monastery's history, hoping that by providing more context, more proof of his goodness, the man's eyes would finally clear. But the more Paul spoke, the more the traveler seemed to withdraw. The more Paul clarified his intentions, the more the man seemed to see someone hiding behind a wall of unnecessary words. The very explanations meant to invite connection were instead acting as a barrier, a thick, cloying fog that made the traveler feel even more isolated. Paul felt a deep, hollow ache in his chest, the exhaustion of a man trying to build a bridge out of sand while the tide was coming in. He went to bed that night, the ink still staining his fingertips, feeling the immense weight of being fundamentally misread. He sat at his desk, staring at the grain of the paper, the grain of the wood, the grain of his own life. He realized that his muchness, his need to be documented, to be indexed, to be verified, was actually a form of noise. He was so busy defending the image of his soul that he had forgotten to simply let the soul exist. The change did not come as a sudden revelation. It came in the small, quiet increments of the seasons. It came when he realized that the ink stone does not need to explain why it holds the liquid. It simply holds it. The paper does not need to justify its whiteness. It simply waits. One evening, as the mist began to roll in from the forest, a young monk approached Paul with a question about a difficult passage in a manuscript. The young man had misread a certain phrase, interpreting a note of caution as a note of strictness. Paul felt the old, familiar heat rising in his neck. He felt the sudden, frantic urge to launch into a long defense of the author's intent, to explain the nuance of the translation, to clarify the historical context, just to ensure the young monk did not walk away thinking Paul was a harsh teacher.
He opened his mouth. The words were already forming. The first layer of the explanation, the introductory clause, the preamble of what I actually meant. But then he looked down at his hands. He saw the slight tremor in his fingers, the way the gray light was settling into the creases of his skin. He felt the immense, heavy fatigue of the person he had been, the person who lived in a state of permanent trial, always presenting evidence, always calling witnesses to testify to his sincerity. And so he stopped. He let the silence hang between them. He did not bridge the gap. He did not reach out with a linguistic hand to pull the young monk into his exact meaning. He simply looked at the manuscript, then back at the young man and said, "The text is difficult. Let us sit with the difficulty for a moment." The young monk looked puzzled. For a second there was that old tension, the feeling of a misunderstanding hanging in the air like an unwashed dish. But then the young man nodded, sat down, and the silence settled between them, not as a void to be filled, but as a shared space. There was no need to defend the tone. There was no need to clarify the intent. The peace was found not in the resolution of the misunderstanding, but in the refusal to participate in the struggle to fix it. As the years passed, Paul found that this release allowed him to inhabit his life more fully. He stopped seeing every misinterpreted glance as a wound that required a bandage of words. He began to understand that some people will see him as cold, even when he is feeling the warmth of the sun on his neck. Some will see him as distant, even when his heart is full of tenderness. And that was all right. He learned that his true essence was not something that lived in the adjectives he chose or the clarifications he provided. His essence lived in the way he tended the flame, the way he moved through the courtyard, the way he allowed the mist to pass through him without trying to grasp it. He realized that when you stop trying to force people to see you correctly, you finally give them the room to see you at all. Now, in the twilight of his years, he sits on the stone steps. The mist is thick tonight, blurring the edges of the monastery, making the world feel small, intimate, and singular. He does not feel the need to tell the mist what it is. He does not feel the need to tell the bell that its tolling is a call to prayer and not a signal of alarm. He He simply sits. He thinks of all the conversations he once tried to win, all the descriptions he once tried to perfect, and he lets them drift away like the steam from a cooling cup of tea. There is a profound, quiet joy in being allowed to be misunderstood. There is a vast, open freedom in leaving certain truths unfinished. The heavy cedar chest in his room holds only his robes and his books, but it also holds the quiet victory of a man who has stopped performing his own goodness. He is content to let the world have its version of him, knowing that the truth of his peace does not require an audience or an explanation. He simply is. As the last light fades from the courtyard, Paul closes his eyes. The dampness of the mist settles on his skin, a gentle, heavy blanket. He breathes in the scent of wet stone and ancient wood. He is tired, but it is a good tiredness, the fatigue of a long day's work, not the exhaustion of a long day's defense. He allows the silence to be heavy. He allows the shadows to be deep. He allows himself to drift into the night, leaving every unanswered question exactly where it belongs, in the quiet, unremarked, and beautifully, peacefully unresolved. The night is quieter now. Think of damp mop water drying on the tile, of laundry steam thinning in a pale service corridor, of chain oil darkening the lines of a mechanic's hand, of fresh ink settling into the grain of paper. None of these things hurry to explain themselves. They leave their trace, then grow still. Perhaps that is where rest begins, not in finally saying the perfect thing, but in no longer asking language to rescue every tender part of you. There is a limit to what explanation can do. After a certain point, it stops opening the door and begins standing in the doorway, tired and overworked, blocking the simple fact of a living heart behind it. So much strain comes from wanting to be read correctly at once. We want our silence interpreted kindly, our haste forgiven, our correction understood, our tenderness recognized beneath a rougher tone. It is such an ordinary human wish. Yet the world is full of partial glances, hurried moods, private griefs, and old fears. People meet us through all of that. Often they do not meet us whole. Still, something steady remains. Your nature is not erased, a clumsy moment. Your care does not disappear because someone missed it. A sentence can falter without the soul beneath it becoming false. This is easy to forget in the bright strain of daytime, but the night remembers. The night reduces things to breath, blankets, pulse, and the small inward truth that does not need applause. Let that be enough for now. Let the unfinished conversation remain unfinished. Let the misread impression pass through someone else's mind without following it there. You do not have to walk
after every mistaken version of yourself and bring it home. There is dignity in stopping here. There is gentleness in allowing the gap to stay open until morning, or longer than morning, or forever. For this one night, leave the words where they fell. Keep only the warmth that is yours, and carry that into sleep.
The room is quiet now. Outside your window, the world has gone on without asking anything more from you. The dark has settled against the glass. The ceiling has stopped shifting. Even the air in the room feels as though it has agreed to become gentle. Only the mind is still busy. It keeps returning to the places where the day rubbed against you. A sentence you wish had landed better. A pause that seemed to harden the air. A look on someone else's face that made you feel suddenly exposed, suddenly eager to explain what you meant, who you are, what kind of heart was really standing there. That effort is heavy. It takes more from a person than most people can see. To keep clarifying, softening, adjusting, and defending is its own hidden labor. By night, it can leave the whole inner life feeling overused, like a hand that has been opening the same stuck door for hours. So tonight, do not force it anymore. Let the unsent sentence remain unsent. Let the extra paragraph dissolve before it is built. Let the version of you that lives in someone else's mind stay there without pursuit. You do not need to go after it. You do not need to tuck every loose misunderstanding back into place before sleep will accept you. Think of the gardener with earth under his nails, the librarian among quiet shelves, the baker beside cooling the repairer under the ghost light, the janitor in the waxed hallway, the laundry worker in the dawn steam, the mechanic with oil on his hands, the old monk by lamplight. Each of them reached a place where words had done enough. Each of them came to the edge where being understood mattered less than becoming still. Come to that edge now. Feel the bed beneath you. Feel the blanket settle. Feel your jaw unclench a little. Your tongue rest. Your shoulders loosen into the dark. Your breath is not trying to prove anything. It enters, it leaves. It does not ask to be interpreted correctly. It simply continues, patient and true. You are allowed to rest before the world has finished deciding what it thinks of you. You are allowed to sleep before every impression is corrected. You are allowed to leave some things unresolved, some things imperfect, some things wrongly held by other hands. The day is over. The explanations can stay where they are. The need to be read clearly can sit outside the door until morning. Tonight is for something smaller and kinder. Tonight is for lying down inside your own life without argument. Let silence keep you company. Let unfinishedness become soft around the edges.
Let the self beneath all the clarifying grow quiet and warm. Sleep now. If the world remains mistaken for a while, let it remain mistaken. You do not have to follow it there. You can stay here in the dark, in your own breathing, and finally rest. Good night.